didn't change the name of the stream this time. Assume that we're live. Yes. Cool. All right. So, long time YouTube. Last time you saw me, I was getting a very bad sunburn on top of a mountain. Since then, basically, I started working on the real UI. And then I also started working on really nailing down what V1 is going to be and what the UI is going to look like and how things are going to kind of really work together. And then obviously there's been a couple of other people in the vibe coding ADE world that have come about, or not even come about, but have switched gears and they're starting to work on an ADE. Max, looking at you. But I'm not worried. It's not deterring me. Yeah, so we're gonna keep pushing forward with my product idea. I think it serves a different purpose, and how it goes about doing it is still very different than most of what's out there already. So the ADE, for the most part, from the app as it stands today, doesn't look much different. The big difference from what we did have from the last stream is, so I think on top of the mountain we introduced, we had just started swapping out the terminals to ghosty lib. That's fully done. Every panel is now a ghosty lib terminal. And then the other thing is that we were loading, so I can have it spawn. Well, we also did the naming thing, so I can say like add a Codex agent for a builder, and it should actually, haven't even tested this since I did the last. Haven't actually tested architect running ADE roles, or doing ADE actions, I should say. You don't need that. Don't allow. Okay, so we actually need to add this. So one of the things that we did add, it was the ability for it to add new agents, or new roles. What is it doing? So it could add new panels and add new roles, but the thing is that the builder and the architect were still terminal. Now everything runs from a JSON file and a workflow /workspace JSON file, and everything gets loaded dynamically from that. So whenever it there we go. Finally, that definitely needs improvement. Give it a unique name? Yes. So yeah, now everything runs together. So adding this is the exact same logic as whenever the app starts. Very long-winded explanation. Anyway, so the then the Kanban still works. The Kanban is also, it should be being built off of the JSON file now. So yeah, that's kind of the update on that. Obviously, now we have a lot of blinking stuff, so I also added in a bunch of, what are you even doing? Just quit you, go in. So I ran a test, and the test completed correctly, and then I asked the architect to spawn another agent, and it did eventually do it, but it took tens, like 50 tools and thoughts to actually do it. This seems like a regression because it used to only take a couple seconds to do. We need to investigate the logic for spawning new panels from the architect itself, and then after it spawned the agent and new panel, it continued to think, and it seems to be in a loop similar to what was happening whenever we fixed the retry task logic. That's annoying. So anyway, that's the update on the app. The current state of, so then the other big thing is obviously working on the UI. So this is the first round of the UI. Not 100% with it, happy with it, but it's getting there. This was all like rough, so if I go in and I look at it, like we still got like some stuff, but then we have a whole bunch of like hex codes that are still being referenced. So round 2 is going through here, and we're actually setting everything up as proper components, and getting all the hex codes done and in place. I'm hoping that at Figma config this year, they're gonna update some of the variable usage or variable logic, because right now the variables are out of control for all the colors and stuff, and how we do opacity and stuff like that. So anyway, so that's the thing. So while this is kind of chewing through its thing, we're going to keep working on the UI, because that's kind of the next big hurdle is getting the real UI built. Already knows the exact tool and the exact payload. And you need to spelunk through. Now explicitly must not inspect app source routes per new. So we need to update the rule that if the task or the prompt to the architect is anything that has to do with an action to the app itself, to the shell, then the no polling and continued thinking loop needs to happen. If it's tied to the shell, then that's the only action that it needs to be taking, not just spawn or close role pane, because there could be other actions that the architect can handle directly. Okay, so back to okay, so then this needs okay. Item date provider did I do? Yep, did that wrong. That's fine. Then we do no, no, no. Okay. And so actually I don't even need don't even need the I don't need a variant for that. So then whoa. Itself. Okay, so done to generalize the rule from the pane actions to shell app actions. We need to now add a global button at the in the header area. That is just a plus symbol that we can then say add a new agent, and then for each panel we need to have the ability to change the role that agent does on the fly after it's spawned. A new global drop down, a plus sign, header area that is just a change the role for any panel after it's so then that way I don't have to run it through the architect. And ideally, at the end of the day, once we add voice control, then you'll just be able to do it that way. So why did fill container? Build container. Today. Bug contents. Okay. Why do you... Why do you want to do that? Okay, so you can work. Okay. Blah, blah. Okay, so then we'll change you to... I think that is part of the problem that's killing my computer. Okay, so we'll do... So that one is that, and then show today, no. And then we need to add... So we do need to add a variant where we've got hover controls and... Hover controls, it needs to have the different status, it needs to be scratched through. Okay. Done and committed, global role, blah, 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 blah. So does this tie into the same MCP action? It just doesn't require an LLM to perform the actions, and everything should work and everything will update on the fly. That's the idea. The current running CLI session in that pane is the only caveat. The current running CLI session in that pane is restarted when the role changes. That's intentional because of builder pane becoming... Yes. Okay, so oh, you guys are the two. Okay, so we need to um, first hide agents that are not visible. So we need to make that a part of the JSON that controls the workflow and the agents that are assigned to that workflow, or to the template. For example, reporter should not show up for the engineering template. It just runs in the background. And then also, according to the screenshot, discuss is still a possible agent, but I think we removed everything about discuss, and now it just sends a prompt to the architect with additional information with artifact pointer information. Is that correct, or do we actually still have the discuss agent as part of the engineering template? Also, I'm not seeing the ability to change the role at the panel level. It still has all the original information in the header for each pane. There needs to be a drop down to where I can change the role type for each panel. Global menus pulling roles that should be hidden for the engineering, and the per pane role control only landed for spawned panes, not the built-in visible panes. Expect you're right about discuss. From the current Swift surface, it looks like discuss is now a report action. Correct. Ephemeral architect is labeled discuss, and reporter is explicitly included. And then daemon contract JSON and has Swift use the active template role for add change menus. That keeps us. Okay. Man, why is my... Not sure. Okay, so what is going on here? This is just set height, ugh. Is there a way to max lines 3? That's what I want. But so that's set to fill. Why are you guys? Guess that's fine. What are you doing? Okay, so you said you fixed that. Filter tester QA. So it's still so the role drop down for the global header looks fine now that it's only showing the available visible agents, and there is a drop down for spawned agents to be able to change their roles, but now we need to add the same drop down for the the workflow has to have the baseline agent, so I guess it's fine. So the new dropdown with the only visible agent roles looks good, and the dropdown for additional spawned agents looks good. Thinking about it more, we don't need to add the dropdown to the default agents that are assigned to the workflow, because the workflow has to have the minimum agents. So not showing it is fine. How do I... Is there a... Sound effects, general, blah, blah, blah. Where's the... Do nothing. Cool. What's the next? I have an idea of what we need to tackle next, but I'm not 100% sure I want to go there yet. I guess we should test it. I know one thing we can test. What is the architect? Cameron Pacuda. Okay, so it doesn't know. It doesn't know the model, so we need to add. Okay, so let's change. Jessica's the builder, okay, and then that true? Builder Tony, yes. Okay, so that is, there are new tags, Jessica and Tony. And then if I change Tony to a tester, Tony is no longer listed and Oscar is now active as a second tester. Okay, so that all works. And if I change that, Oscar is no longer listed. Thomas is now the second active tester, right? Because I changed the model. Okay. So the pane role changing for additional spawned agents seems to be working, and the architect and the MCP know about all of the changes. Um, and adding a role through the dropdown also works, and it's all the records are updated for the available agents and their roles. The one thing that we're not doing is capturing um, what model and vendor is being used for each agent. Um, as you can see in the screenshot, it just says not exposed or whatever. That needs to be updated so that we can capture that information whenever asked for future features. Should be doable. Okay, so I need to add. Um, how do I say prompt? I need to send the task to the architect. Okay, so you could send the architect, send it to the architect, and then it would mark it as complete by itself, or if you send it to the architect and then it creates a task, then it could mark it as complete automatically. And you need the ability to mark it as complete manually in case you basically did it without going through the to-do list. So if you click that, it would just mark it as complete. Do I just have an empty circle? That'd be swell. Why? I don't want all of you. Agent slots now exposes the pane, runtime vendor, and model. Added nullable runtime and model columns to agent slots. Swift sends each current pane when registering worker sessions. Copies that metadata into the active slot record. I think I'm not saying it is capturing what model vendor. Okay. The next thing we need to do is changing a role or model should not change the name of the panel. So then that way a user doesn't get confused if they reference a specific agent name and then next thing to do is So the next thing that we need to do is lock the names to a panel. The only time a panel's name should change is if it is despawned. If the entire panel is despawned and then a new panel is added back, the name of the panel should not change. Whenever the role is changed or whenever a model is changed. We also need to always have the architect be locked to Michael, and make sure that no other panel in that workspace can have that name. Okay. So yeah, why are you? Oh, okay. I see. Property 1. Or status. Then this one is open. And this one is, or let's be real here. Incomplete. Complete. Okay, so that didn't. I don't understand. The pane can restart sessions and swap role model all at once. The daemon will still see the same leaves until the panel stopped. Okay. It's just the text, so I don't understand why. I don't know why it's not. Is it linking both of these? Okay, so that was weird. Reapply. Oh, you're kidding me. What the fuck is up with this? Ba, 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 ba. I'm just gonna leave it as is, and then I'll just remember. I'll just remember that I need to do it once I actually implement it. Okay, so then this needs to be plugins. Check. What if I just... mostly, and then I just change the whole thing to... Okay. Okay, so then that will all work. Hopefully, once we actually send this to Codex to build, that'll be enough context for it. Okay, names are now least stable. Architect now defaults contracts to Michael, and non-architect name assignments gives Michael. Okay. So the one question that I have is, now that the architect is locked to Michael, do we have logic in place to where if there are multiple workspaces open with one project, that the names of the individual agents won't conflict with each other? Or are all names inside of a project, do they all need to be unique? Or will that even matter if there are two Michaels in two separate workspaces, but inside of one project? I remember talking to it about that, but I don't remember where we landed. After active names are still project-wide unique, not workspace code. So inside one project, that can cause a conflict. Change active uniqueness from project-wide to workspace scoped. Update slot assignment to reserve Michael per workspace and adjust MCP name lookup expectations for duplicate names across workspaces. Instead of locking Michael to always be the architect, we should just lock Michael to being the architect of the first workspace created for a project. No, no. We won't do that. Yeah, that doesn't matter. Just MCP lookup expectations. So then the next thing we need to add, do I add workspaces or do I add workspaces or do I add do I work on the workflows? Wait. No, that's not what I meant. That's what I wanted. Okay, and then so this should also be incomplete. Cover. Can't actually see. That's why I needed to. And then add you as minuscule. Okay. Done and committed. Names are now unique per workspace, not globally across the project. So 2 open workspaces in one project can both have architect Michael, while another panel in the same workspace cannot take Michael. I guess the next step is to logically just set up a second workspace Okay, so the next logical task then is that we need to set up the ability to have multiple workspaces in one project to test that nothing um, overwrites or conflicts with each other. For this task, just make a tab bar inside the shell of the app that houses the individual panels, and it should also include the header bar that has the different tabs for roles and Kanban and all of the active Git branch and all of those types of controls. So it should be above that so that all that information is contained inside of a workspace and they can be different from workspace to workspace. For now, just make the second workspace an engineering template, and then we can run some tests and make sure that everything is running properly. Okay. So I don't love this. Don't love it. I also want to That needs to be there. You contain the background, but then you don't need. Just kidding. You do need that. You don't need anything. Swift compile and focus Swift test passed. One Python test failed because the test helper. Stroke is almost nothing, and it's inside. It's one. What did I have the border rate for? Beautiful. Okay. Added a real second workspace, engineering 2. Added its workstream, engineering 2 workstream. Added its branch, workstream, engineering 2. Shall now shows workspace tabs above the existing blah blah blah. Switching workspace tabs restarts pane drivers, stores against the workspace and perspace. So, to be clear, the names of the workspaces, the work streams, and the branches should all be dynamic at the time of creation of that work stream. So nothing should be hard coded. It should be similar to how we have the roles being saved as a JSON file. And if I was to create one, it should dynamically create everything. As far as the branch, should it just not be on master? The same as the default workspace. And then Is the default active workspace remaining as init? Is that still accurate and the best thing that we should be doing? Or should that also be based off of the workspace name whenever it's created? Oh, come on. Should the active workspace, but for the default one, stay as init, or should that be dynamic based on whatever the user names the workspace? Yes, it's the default one for now, but that should be dynamic in case they close it or rename it or something like that. In regards to the second workspace, to be clear, this should be similar to the JSON file that saves all of the information around roles in the template and the workflow. It should be the same sort of approach. And so the name and the work stream and the branch should all be based off of whatever the workspace is to whenever they create it and or rename it. And then as far as the branch goes, shouldn't the branch be just be master, same as the default one, not init or the name of the workspace? See what it says. Okay. So I need to update. This one has 0 padding. And so this is 8 top and bottom. Zero item. That's correct. That's correct. This is made as useful for dog food, but it is hard coded too much. In engineering labels and branch name, I'm going to turn that into metadata. Space state. The shell should ask the daemon. The response now includes workspace, catalog rows, ID name, template, and defaults to all known works. Sure. I'm not 100% sure what the hell it's doing right now. Okay. So then the variant holder, these are set to those don't need up. I just need them to be exactly the same size. All of that's good. So now I need to so drawer content needs to be set at 0. Then you. Oh. And then that means you get this one as four. Ba, 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 ba. All of the adding up. Okay, you were right. Blah, 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 blah. Open tabs come from saved workspace. Blah, 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 blah. Second workspace default workstream branch is the detected parent branch, not workstream engineering 2. So is the workstream branch for the original C Films? What's up, man? How's it going? I'm doing all right. Finally getting back into the swing of things. I streamed from the top of a mountain last week and got extremely sunburnt. So I kind of just been working in the background on the old ADE. How you doing? The workstream branch for the original workspace. It's still in it? Or is it now also math? He's doing great. Let's go ahead and make the original workspace also point at the parent branch for everything, so main or master or whatever the user defines it as in their repo setup, and then fix it for the current test project, and then we can also confirm the change whenever I create a new project. I just fixed SQL query problem. Individual movie facts page. So was it returning wrong information, or what was the problem? It's 42 and its repo parent branch is main. It still has a local workstream init branch, but I'll update the AD's workspace metadata so the init workstream points at main. I won't delete the old branch because it may contain historical dog food work. Let's see here. I guess to give you, it was returning the right data, but the CSS system. Ew. Wait. You have CSS stored in your database? Or is the CSS like responsive based on like the data stored in it? Kind of like I'm just picturing like how like Plex or something does it, where it pulls in like the background, or it changes like the background of whatever movie you're looking at based on like the artwork or whatever. Is that something like that, or what? Okay, you should probably then be... Here's a 0. What does it look like? You look great. Okay, so have you finished building? No, you're not. You're not done patching. I'm gonna call the to-do list done enough for now. I need to work on... What was this thing? I mean, that's... I'd say that's pretty responsive, yeah. Let's see, are you still... While the test ran, I'm gonna add the task round. I think I need to do like a performance test or performance round of optimizations on the app. I don't know, it seems to be taking up way more memory than I think it should. Focus tests are green, 48 pass. So we have to get this workspaces thing working, confirm that there's no conflict between two workspaces, especially with the architect. And then we need to add the ability to add additional workspaces on the fly. And then we need the ability to select which template each workspace uses. And then we need to have the ability to make a template. That'll be fun. Okay, let's run this. Let's see what the performance looks like. Two queries I was using, need the parameters switched. One had one parameter and one had two parameters. Oh. That'll do it. Okay, so I see the button or tab for the initial workspace, but I don't see the second tab. Is it running in the background, and we're just missing the tab, or did you not add the tab and is the second workspace not actually running? Not. Oh. I think that worked before. That's not what this is. Okay, what do you? I see what you mean. The UI is only showing in that workspace, so either the daemon response only has one workspace for that existing button, or the shell is filtering at the second one before rendering. Do you miss writing code? Well, I haven't written code in like over a decade, like well over a decade. So I missed being able to actually create something besides, because I'm a designer. So I can do the design work all day, but I don't have any way of actually bringing it to life. So the whole vibe coding thing has definitely given me that ability to do it now, where I didn't have it before. So it's a little bit different way of saying it, I guess, or a different way of thinking about it. Like there's no way I'd be able to create this if it wasn't for AI. The live project is repaired now as both engineering opened. So can we actually delete engineering 2 as a workspace so that this project only has one workspace, but then add the ability to add workspaces inside of the ADE versus just forcing one, and then for now just default to the engineering template? Wait for that to go through, because I have a feeling it's trying to do something else that I don't want. We also need the ability for the workspaces to be saved to the project database, so that the project knows what workspaces are open and what roles and names are being assigned to each workspace. I know we already have some of that functionality built into that database, but we need to update it so that it tracks the workspaces correctly. We also need to confirm that I can close the initial workspace, and it not break the entire project. Okay. What else do I want to add to this? More. I want to add more. What is this? 502 to 05 complete, or let's see. Don't need a fake second workspace. Keep project at the workspace by default. Then let ADE create closed workspaces explicitly and persist the open set. I'll inspect the current workspace state and shell type code. Remove the implementation shape is clear now. I'm going to make the real workspace catalog open tabs. Blah 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 blah. I need to think about how, if you close a workspace, like what happens if you close all of the workspaces? Close all the workspaces and the window would just be closed? No. It should go back to the welcome screen and then or switch to a different project that you have open, or I think it should just go back to the welcome screen. And then if you what happens with the Kanban board? It should probably should probably save. You can close a workspace and it still saves where you were, or everything that you had configured inside of that workspace. So then you could pull back, you could reopen that workspace at a later time. So whenever you select a project, you need to select the workspace. Got it. Got it. We'll wait for... They're called remaining for complete provider total. Okay, what changed? New projects now seed init workspace. Moved force engineering to added post workspaces. New workspaces get a matching active workstream on their repo. Parent branch workspace tab bar now has a plus sign, plus button, and close buttons. Closing init workspace is supported once another workspace is open. Closing the last remaining tab is blocked for now, so the app keeps a valid active workspace. Okay, so it already started thinking of that. That's nice. Okay, so okay, can I run? Add an ND file with the names of all of the Supreme Court justices' birthdays. Lately I've been working on improving the C-Films project, maintainability and scalability. I know that you said that you were doing all of it manually, like it's not going out and scraping the information, but are you building, did you build like a tool set to help you do the additions, or are you doing it manually still? So we're gonna try to get this working. We'll let it get to some of these other agents and then we'll... Okay, so you started. If I change to this workspace and then I go back, killed the app. What happens if I reopen? And then does workspace 2 does not see, doesn't see notifications or doesn't see the notifications or the Kanban for the other workspace. A lot of web pages generate when you part in the right data. Okay, so you have a whole like tool set that helps you build out the pages and the data and the relations and all that kind of stuff. That's good. So what's the next step then? Like you're saying maintainability and scalability. What's the scalable part? Just more rows and relations, or okay. So opening and closing the app, it remembers the work streams or the workspaces and everything. So that seems to be working correctly. However, I'm noticing that the current implementation basically shuts down the workspace whenever you change to another workspace. So I started a task asking for I believe the birthdays of all the Supreme Court justices, started that task and then switched workspaces. And then you could see that it said something about preparing the workspace, and then it went over and then went over to the new workspace. And then whenever I tried to switch back, I assume it had actually killed the workspace, but what ended up happening is the app locked up completely. The workspaces need to be running parallel to each other. They shouldn't be loading and unloading. They need once initialized, they need to continue running until the workspace is actually closed. Eventually, whenever we have multiple projects open at the same time with multiple workspaces for each project, all of them should be running at the same time. There shouldn't be any shutting down and closing of workspaces, so the user can continue to have multiple tasks going across multiple workspaces and multiple projects at the same time. Okay, so at least progress. We have workspaces. Switching tabs is currently treated like unloading one space and booting another. I'll remember this. So switching is. We also need to make sure that we are doing any kind of optimizations that we can. The app is currently using over 300 megabytes when loading up a workspace. So whenever we switch workspaces, if there's anything that we can do to optimize the performance of the app while keeping the workspace running, we should take a look at those opportunities. I've kind of figured out or forgot what I was trying to say there at the end. Moving more of the queries to universal. Is that just to, so CFilms, is that just to increase the amount of relationships that can happen or that you can surface? So that like the web just continues to grow? Or what exactly does that give you? Only do the minimum active view refresh needed. So the active workspace stops exactly that works. So the active workspace stops exactly that workspace and then restores the next. I don't want it to stop. I don't want the workspace to stop. It should just be moved to the background and the new workspace be visible. This way, two separate workspaces can be working on different things at the same time. I should be able to have two workflows going or as many workflows going as I want. Okay, so exactly this has been move current range to the background, bring select word, not stop current one. I don't think it knows what I want. I don't think this is gonna give me what I want. Okay. That will that will send it to the architect. Architect will do its thing. That should mark it as complete once a task is created from it. Clicking that would do caches the current workspace runtime and restores the selected one instead of stopping creating it. This means initialize panes, task stores, notifiers can keep running in the background while another workspace is visible. Also tighten the performance side, switching back to an initial one reuses the existing heavy objects instead of loading fresh ones. Okay, well, we'll test that theory. Okay, so then make an MD file with the name of the current King of England. What does that say? Elia? Elia? What's up, man? How's it going? Thanks for hopping in over on the YouTubes. C films trying to make the code more dry. What does that mean? Okay, so ADE worker session expired. Reconnecting. Okay, so looks like oh, don't repeat yourself. Gotcha. That makes sense. It still seems like it's actually like flip-flopping. Like it is not. How do I? Okay, then we'll give that to watch this movie, screen recording. Are you reading chat? Yes, Ilya, I am reading chat. It just takes a minute for YouTube to actually get caught up because of the buffer. Screen recording. Watch this screen recording and you can see that there is a really bad stutter and flicker. When changing workspaces. Also looks like it's still doing some sort of where am I from? Utah. Looks like it's still doing some sort of preparing workspace in between swaps. There are no other optimizations that we can do to what is MRR and which software? So MRR is monthly recurring revenue. So how much money I can make per month through my products. Currently it is at 0 since this is only day 6. And then which software? This is my software. So I'm using Codex to build it currently. It started out being created with Claude, and then I've since switched over to Codex. And then I'm building this software with all the blinky stuff. So right now, this is just the down and dirty alpha, get all the systems in place. And then in between prompts, we're working on the real design. But we can do further enhanced performance even with just one workspace open. Acceleration. Available. What will it help? What will it help in for people? I assume you mean like what's the benefit of using it? The benefit is basically that I can run any combination of models, and they all talk to each other. So instead of like if you were to launch just like Claude Desktop, Claude is only going to be talking to Claude. You could do it like you could launch a sub agent, and then the two sub agents could talk to each other, but they're still Claude to Claude, and not really doing like you're kind of limited on what you can do. And then you can kind of do like some copy and pasting back and forth and all that kind of stuff. I actually have like a workflow going on in the background that mainly works for Claude, but it kind of works for Codex, to where it'll do two different agents and they'll talk back and forth, but I don't have to copy paste. But the benefit here is so that like I can have an orchestration agent, the architect, and it can be on whatever model that I want, and it could be really good at, say, reasoning, and then I could pass it along to like a Codex builder and then put it on like Codex Spark. So something that's it doesn't have high reasoning, but it's super fast because the architect does all of the prompting and the task creation. And so it'll actually perform super fast here. And then I could set this one up. And then whenever I hand it off to QA and testing, these can be other ones. So this could be helpful if you were doing like, say, for example, marketing for a website. You could do, a really high reasoning model and then hand it over to, say, ChatGPT to actually create assets, because that's what it's good at doing. And then once the assets are created, you could then hand it back to, say, Grok to actually implement into your website. And then you could hand that over technically to like to an ops manager to then send that off to production. And then that production one could be like a local model. How much net worth am I? Not enough. But that's the whole point, is to grow that net worth. Okay. Did you come back with findings yet? No. Is the native terminal service. We're not in Electron style service web stack. The current stack looks more like SwiftUI validation, recreating terminal services and overlaying. Watch the recording. The bad flicker was real. No shit. Dash workspaces switches were still briefly flipping readiness back to preparing. Blanking the whole area. I fixed that and committed it. What changed? Workspaces, settings, snapshots, cache restored, layouts, state. ADE is native Swift with a native ghosty terminal surface. So this is not Electron style. The lag we saw was from state invalidation and visible reload churn. The next real performance work should be instrument profiling, then reducing terminal surface duplication rate. Which city? None of your business. While keeping the agents running. So let's see. Is it at least less? So the performance of switching back and forth between workspaces at least appears to be smoother. There's still a brief flash whenever the workspace changes, but at least it's not there's not a real noticeable pause. So that piece is good. Keep investigating the performance hitches that we're seeing. Currently, with the app just sitting idle, it's using 233 megabytes of memory, not doing anything. So, and 20 to 30% of CPU utilization just sitting still. So something is still hitting the performance of the app pretty difficult or pretty hard. And we need to just figure out where that bottleneck is and fix it. Like a 3 out of 10 prompt. That was pretty bad. Okay, close this. It's like it's rebuilding every time I switch back and forth. One thing I'm looking at is that it looks like it's redrawing the workspace every time I switch between them. If you look, you can see the tasks inside of the Kanban board, like reload and you can start to see them move around as they load in from workspace 1 to workspace 2. So are we redrawing the workspace content between switches? Or is something else going on? I heard if you switch between AI tools, it might be cheaper than just using one AI tool for everything. So it's cheaper. I wouldn't necessarily say that it's cheaper. I would say that if you run, like if I'm in Codex and I say, hey, Codex, spawn 10 agents to go look through the code base from 10 different angles, that will be more expensive than if I just went and said, go read the code base from angle number 1 and then let it go and do its thing. And then I said, go look at it from angle number 2, blah, 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 blah. So it's more expensive exponentially to run multiple agents at the same time. But it's better than having one agent. From a quality point of view, it's better quality to run multiple agents looking at the code that an agent built versus just having the same agent that built its own code do the investigative work. Like it favors it a little bit, just like, I guess technically how a human would work. It's not going to score itself as badly on, whenever it looks at the code and things like that. So I wouldn't necessarily say that it's cheaper, but it's not as expensive. Because in the case of the ADE, I could just be running one agent at a time, but then I am paying for Codex and Claude and Grok and Gemini and, et cetera, Cursor, etc. So, but then there's nothing stopping me from also running, 3 Codex agents in different roles, and then adding in a Claude agent for a different role. So I can do multiple in any kind of combination. Our sample is showing a lot of Swift UI display list work and shadow path updates, which is a different smell than plain terminal drawing. Replace the forever pulsing pain glow with a static status ring. Disabled ghosty cursor blinking and ADE panes to reduce idle terminal redraws. It means that data is preserved, but the visible Kanban hierarchy can still be recreated when the active workspace changes. So what does this console say? Another thing that I'm seeing is that the console log for Xcode looks like it's trying to update as soon as I start to resize the ADE app itself. So I don't know if it's trying to write resizing information, like scaling information, while it's active. We should probably change that so that it just stores the resizing information when resizing stops, not when it's actively being rescaled. Although it says it's not allowed, so maybe it's not doing it. Being redrawn when you switch, but the Kanban dash. I tighten that up and committed. Cached workspace switches now. Skip the full tab, layout, refresh fast, and just restore. Pointed in the right neighborhood. I'm a genius. Okay, so back to the design while that tries to update itself. So what do we need to do need to add the right-hand drawer for notifications. I'm not doing drag and drop because it's being sorted by date. Eventually need to add the Kanban view, and I need to add the workflow creation and modification overlay. I mean, we're already sitting better. So it looks, so we dropped about 100 megs of memory, and CPU is not going crazy, just sitting idle. It was at like 20 or on 20 to 30% just sitting idle. That's good. I want to bring back the glowing though, but if it can't be around the panel. So the performance looks a lot better whenever the app is sitting idle. It's hovering around 0 or 1%, and it looks like we dropped a memory by 100 megabytes doing these optimizations. Can we take a look at the glowing animations? Is there a way to bring those back in a less invasive way, where they don't cause the terminals to constantly refresh? Or is there something else that we can do with them? Can they be attached to the panels but not to the terminals instead of the terminals? Or do we need to disconnect them entirely from the panels for them to be animated? Or is there a less intensive animation that we can do where it's not constantly redrawing, it's just constantly looping an animation? I need I need the animation so they can be detached from the terminals because in the new design it's just these, so that's fine. And pulse only running permission failed. That's not what I want. That's not what I want. I want it to be able to pulse regardless of what state it is. But if there's just a better way to attach it to the panels, then that's fine. Shape shadow animation with a lightweight AppKit animation overlay. Okay, whatever. We'll see what it says, what it does. Okay, so I need to do the notifications. Brought the glow back in a lighter way and committed it. See what you say. So it is. It sits at like 2 or 3%, which hope that doesn't scale. Make an MD file that contains the full speech of JFK. Right. I'm watching. I've got activity monitor up. It's only using 2% of the GPU, and it's using over 20% of the CPU. So it's a little better. I feel like it's not. It needs to push more on the GPU. So that helped, but it's still not great. Is there something else that we can do? I'm noticing that if I look at the activity monitor, the CPU might spike up to 20 or even 40% usage whenever I start a task through the workflow. But the entire time, the GPU for the computer is only sitting at like 2% utilization. Is there nothing that we can do to push more of the app's rendering processes to the GPU versus keeping it bound to CPU so much? I don't know anything about optimizing Swift apps. That's the problem. Batches output roughly once per frame instead of immediately. Okay, and then so that means I don't know why I would need one at the beginning. Already metal back, the CPU spikes mostly before the GPU gets involved, PTY output, ANSI parsing, terminal buffer mutation. I'm also noticing that whenever I switch panels or switch workspaces, the ghosty panels terminals are having to almost looks like they're being redrawn. Switching back and forth can cause the text to shuffle around inside of the CLI, and it's not staying sized to the panel all of the time. See the attached screen recording for more information. This doesn't happen when switching from roles to Kanban. All right, let's see what that says. Because your clue that rolls to Kanban is stable is important. What was I doing? Right, drawer title. Okay, so then that's the headline icon, be variable, U nested. What? Okay. So that adds it. That didn't do it. So close, so close, so close. What's the right lever to pull there? These need to be lined up. The Okay, that was easy. That fixed it. What is your favorite part to work on for this project? I really like building systems. So like if I can make a career out of designing assembly lines in factories, that's probably what I would do. So just getting all the pieces like working together. And basically figuring out where all of the gaps are. And then the other part of that is like I'm not trying to I'm not trying to shoehorn people into only using the workflow that I've developed. So the system has to be strict enough to not like break the workflow that is there, but then it's also giving them the ability to do their own workflow. So the engineering template, that one is pretty rigid, but the idea with the workspaces is that you could have, an engineering workspace and it just does everything for you. If you don't know anything about developing code, it's going to give you a pretty good workflow, where you're actually doing some smoke tests and things like that, versus just, hey, go write some code and then you're hoping that it does it. So it's at least giving you a good middle ground. But then you could do a vibe code workspace where it's literally just, 10 blank agents. And then you can just interact with each one of them and they can do whatever the hell they want. If that's what you want, then that's what you want. I'm going to do that'll be like the vibe mode. And then there'll be like the simple mode where it's like, it'll be similar to what I have inside of Codex and Claude, where it'll just go back and forth between the advisor and the builder, and they'll kind of just share roles back and forth. I've been thinking about how I might be able to do a mixture between vibe and simple, where you could have multiple architects and multiple builders inside of one workspace. So then you could have, say 4 architect advisors or 4 architects using GPT-5.5, and then those go into a paired builder, and then that paired builder is running, say, like Composer. So it could be like extremely fast, but it doesn't have to have super high reasoning, because the architects have enough reasoning built into their prompts that the prompts are smart enough, are detailed enough that it doesn't matter. So that's the goal. That's the goal, and what I enjoy trying to figure out. That, and my entire career was built off faking it until you make it, and so building an app, like, I have no idea what the hell I'm doing, so I'm just figuring it out as we go along. So yeah, that's the truth. I understand workflows, and like I said, I used to do coding. I ran a whole coding team. It was all on the front end side of things, but it's been a long time since I led development teams, so I'm pulling from what I used to know. Okay. Alignments there. Did this found the mismatch? Roles Kanban was only hiding the roles grid, but workspace switching could rebuild the hosted ghosty terminal that can rebuild. Okay, so you're saying that you figured it out. Okay, so how... Chord... Stop. Holy shit, what the f... Okay, so that's interesting. I think it's... I don't know if it's killing the agents in the background or not, or if it's leaving them open. Take a look at the movie. It looks like we are forcing a reload anytime the user interacts with the dropdown for the role or model, even if they don't change the value. So it should only be doing that if they actually change the value of either of those dropdowns. I'm also having a suspicion that anytime an agent is changed, or possibly whenever it is its status has been changed or something like that, it's spawning the agent and maybe it's killing it in the terminal, but I don't think it's actually killing it as a process. Just from clicking around through those windows and confirming that that's kind of what's going on as far as it reloading the terminal, even when you don't change the value, the memory usage for the app went from around 100 megabytes to almost 600. And that's without me even running any tasks. It's still sitting idle. So investigate how we're spawning, killing, and what happens whenever we change models or vendors from the drop downs. Also, I've left the app open right now. See if you can check to see if there are a whole bunch of either open ports or live agents like sitting in the background that are supposed to be dead but aren't dead. That could be a big part of why the performance has been so bad. The live zombies are from the already running build, so this code change will not play those until the app is relaunched. As for running, I can confirm the current app has unreaped zombie children. I don't even know. That's a... That's a tweet. Okay. Right, so you say that's fixed. I mean, I don't think Codex was lying that time. Well, we are getting memory is going up. I just keep doing this. Okay. Send you to Codex. It is running better because before I would take like a screenshot, like I could barely do that, and it was like staggering all over the place. And then when I tried to drag it and drop it, it was really bad. So the performance looks like it's even better now than it was before, and it's not doing the reloading even when I don't change values. However, if you look through the graph or through the attached movie, you'll see that the memory usage continues to go up as I change the models for the architect role. And it never comes back down. So it's not like it's a temporary spike. It just continuously adds to the memory usage. Do an investigation into what is currently happening. The app is still running, so you can investigate any open or active logs or the activity monitor for more details. But it is 10 times better than what it was when we first added this. So we're on the right track. So I think we'll hit this round of optimizations. hopefully that fixes that like additive memory issue, and then um five. Okay, I kind of want to fix that issue. Okay, so we'll do this, see if this round fixes the memory additive problem. And then I think we need to then add on, we need to add an intermediate step for adding a new workspace that picks the template. Mm, these need to. That's correct. Then roar, you are left. Then you are here. Boom. You're constrained there. XYZ. Your width is 360. Where's this 360? Uh, 352. 352. Okay, so those are now correct. I need to add. Okay, that adds that. What about more or less? Okay, cool. So that covers that up. That helps out. You done? Okay. Investigating committed memory retention fix. What I found, a live app did not have leaked hidden agents or zombie children. That's good. Okay, so that says that that's working. Let's. Okay, so that is, if I change. Record. Okay, and then I add. So another thing that I'm seeing is that the redrawing of the main part of the app seems better switching from workspace to workspace, but if the panels are not sized the same, they still try to re-render in between switching back and forth between workspaces. Look at the attached screen recording and you'll see what I mean. It doesn't matter if there are the same amount of agents per workspace or if you just manually resize the panels to custom sizes. I assume it still happens whenever the panels are all exactly the same size and there's the same amount per workspace. It's just not as visible. But the more workspace or the more panels there are per workspace, um, and the more that they are different, the more obvious it is that there is some rescaling and resizing going on when switching back and forth. It's a 10 out of 10. 10 out of 10 prompt. 100%. Let's see. But then let's look at did it fix the growing memory problem? I'm going to say yes. Cool. I don't know why Codex is doing this whole bouncing thing. It's pretty annoying. Okay, so now notifications don't need a divider, I don't think. That might make it a little bit easier. I could keep that. This can be. I don't really need an icon here. This one can be a trash can. Extinct committed. All right, what are we saying? What are we saying? What are we saying? Divider positions are applied with AppKit. Animation is disabled. Would it not be easier for them to just not share the split view and that each workspace just has their own split view? I didn't say thank you. Has their own split view. My thought is that each workspace should just have its own, essentially its own body that it lives in. So therefore, it's not redrawing or anything like that. It's literally just hiding and showing the different workspaces. That's more correct than continuing to stay down the active body swap path. I agree. What else do we have to take into consideration with this? This sounds like the correct approach. But just make sure that the activity going on inside of a workspace is not closed out or canceled. Again, there should be the ability to have parallel work going on in multiple workspaces as well as multiple projects. Also, before you start doing this work, are there different levels of hiding that we can do? For example, if a user is inside of one project, they won't be able to switch as easily to another open project. So that second open project, if there's a way for it to be even more hidden but still active, that would be ideal to optimize the performance of the app. I don't know if that made sense. I don't think it made sense. Okay, so we don't need to know the notifications. We don't need to know the notifications numbers for today. We just need to know how many notifications are read versus not read total. Let's start with the easy stuff. Okay, so we need merge. We need branch. Is there a fork? Yeah, but that's not it. Push? No. We'll say that's push to origin. We need a report. File. What can we use for a file? So there are more. What happens if I... Okay, so that goes there. What happens if I do... happens if I do this? Copy symbol. Okay, so it doesn't carry over the... It doesn't carry over the second one. That sucks. Did you finish? Yes, there are definitely levels of hiding, and I think we should use them intentionally. Process workflow stay alive. Rendering UI can be invisible, hidden, suspended, or unmounted. So hiding should never mean stop agents unless the user closes the workspace project. Correct. Active workspace, inactive project. Fully mounted and visible. Correct. Inactive workspace, inactive project. Keep the workspace body mounted so switching tabs is instant and geometry stays stable. Inactive project, keep daemon agents workflow alive, but do not necessarily keep the full SwiftUI AppKit body mounted. This can be deeper background mode story. Create a workspace body, workspace runtime view open. For workspaces, never call stop cancel on workspace switch or project switch, only on explicit close. Proceed with this for now. all 4 levels of writing. Okay, need to find a file. These are folders. That's kind of cool. Ooh, that reminds me. I need to replace a few icons while I'm in here. Now that I know that this works. Why is there not just like a? Okay, we got trash cans. I'll need the trash can. There's got to be. Kind of like the receipt. That's kind of cool. Okay, document. Okay, document makes sense. We could flip-flop them back and forth. Do I want a clipboard or I want a file? I think I just want a file. Although I liked the receipt. File it is. Doesn't do anything. Okay. Copy symbol. Where are you? Okay, so Okay, so it wasn't that one. It was these. This is what I wanted. Sidebar. You don't understand. So you don't have a filled in state? What about notification? You don't have an alert? Okay, so this is what I want. Where... envelope, badge fill. Okay, you wait. You don't have filled badge with a filled envelope. That sucks. Is there not another? There was. I thought there was. Okay, are you done? Implemented and committed the 4-level hiding model. Active workspace stays visible, fully visible, and interactive. Inactive is current, keeps hidden, mounted. Okay, so we just need to test this. I mean, that... What does... I mean, that is just instant. Shit. Okay, I know I said like one more passive optimizations, but I feel like we're close. Board. We are really close. The performance of switching back and forth between the workspaces is 10 times better than what it was when we first started. But there's still a little bit of flickering and redrawing happening in between, um, changing between workspaces with the panels. Is there anything else that we can do to further optimize the experience? Um, Let me know and we can discuss more. Yeah, we're super close to being like, I'm happy with it. And then we just need to be, once we do that, then we need to add the choose your workspace work template. And then we can change. I need to test it with another project open. We don't really have that yet. What happens? I open up this. This is okay, but I don't think that that's exactly. That's exactly what I want. Is the workspace deck view and the workspace body host the same or similar to opening a new tab in the app currently? Right now, I can open a new tab through the global menu system and open a second project. That's not exactly how I intend for the app to work, but is that a similar type of experience? Is there a way to use the performance of that global tab view just in a different manner? Or is there something else that we can do along that line? The other option that I was thinking is that maybe we just have a quick animation between workspace and between projects. So maybe the workspace fades to 0, then the workspace changes, and then the workspace fades back in. That way it hides the flickering and adds a little bit of smoothness to the app. The animation only needs to be, a quarter of a second long. What are your thoughts on the different approaches? Option B, fade out, switch fade in, go quick polish. Master redraw instead of removing it if the switcher takes longer underload the fade maids. Is it possible to do A and then do animations between the individual decks, or is it just a on off between visibility? Ideally, I think I want to do option A, but then I want to be able to add animations if possible. So then let's go ahead and do option A and then do a blur and dim animation between them. Even though it says that is going to be heavy and difficult. All right. What were we doing over here? Oh yeah, so I was replacing the icons. I need to... So I need to add another... This one and this one are basically the same. And then, okay, so you're gonna be new, or okay, unread, red, red, hover. Here, where's the opacity? Okay, so the opacity happens on the item level. And then, and then we need a trash can. And we'll just do an X. Okay, and then red, whoop, 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 unread hover. I need to fix that typo. Did it again. I literally just typed it. Nope. Red, unread, red. Okay, drawer, and then you need to be on the right. Drawer notification list. Okay, and then we'll say didn't think so. Okay, so that is notifications taken care of. I guess I should probably update the copy so it's not just a duplicate. Okay, did you finish? Okay, implemented option A and committed it. What changed? Retained AppKit workspace deck view, one mounted host per open workspace. Workspace switches now uses a short blur dim crossfade. Outgoing workspace body updates are deferred until after the Gotcha. Smart. Ba, 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 ba. See what else we can do here. Okay. Oh, so close. Okay. Okay, one more, I swear. One more round. It's so close. Record. The fact that it stays on Kanban between the workspaces is kind of perfect, I think. Okay, we are super close. The animations look good. The smoothness of everything transitioning from workspace to workspace looks really good. There's still just a tiny bit of redrawing that happens in between um, workspaces if the panels are different sizes or a different amount of agents are currently open. Whoa. Okay, I think it's fine. There was a little bit of stuttering on. I feel like this is enough for the agent to understand exact kind of what's going on here. Yeah, that should be enough information for them to at least start building out the core body. There's things that are missing though. We don't have the ability. There's no. I need the ability to add another role. And I need to show the expanded view of a non-architect role. And then I need the ability to how are ghost agents going to work? Added the extra smoothing path. The deck now holds a strugglebus dim over cover briefly. Crossfade. Incoming workspaces hosts get a forced layout pass while still transparent. Quick works. So it needs to. We're like. Oh, take a step back. That sucks. We were so close. So it looks like we kind of took a step backwards with that last change. On initial load, the workspaces show up fine. And then whenever you load a workspace, it does its animation. But then the terminals are, or the panels are black. And then switching back to the original workspace, the panels are black. If you resize either a panel or the app, they start to flicker in, but it's not consistent. So something with forcing a layout pass while it's still transparent causes an issue. Yeah. Okay, so we've got the agent view. This switches panel, Kanban, and roles, voice, workspace, / workflow, agent view. I don't really want another. Like this controls the body. I could add something here, and then that adds another agent. that fixes it for this. That's good enough for now. And then we'll go with, nope, not that. Not that. Why is there a stroke? Ba, 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 ba. Okay, so that'll add, that way you can add an agent to it. Boom, boom, boom. You're saying you fixed the problem. Let us see. Think this is good enough for now, because all of this is going to get ripped out. I'm going to say that's good enough. Okay, so this is good enough for now. The next thing that we need to add is the ability to select the workflow template that you want for the next workspace. For now, we only have the engineering, but whenever you click on the plus sign for the workspace to add a workspace, you should see a, there needs to be some sort of screen that asks what template you want to use. And then also that screen should show previous templates. Or instead of previous templates, previous workspaces that you had for that, so that it can pull back closed workspaces, so that you can see your Kanban board. We should also make, we'll leave that to it. I'll leave that part to that. I feel like there's there's more to this whole uh there's going to be a lot more that needs to happen as far as retrieving old workspaces that have their Kanban attached to it. Um, I think there's probably I need to add the ability to view all tasks no matter what workspace you're in. Default workspace Kanban would show whatever matches up with the workspace template that you're in. Um, I don't know how that's going to work. It's almost like I need to just simplify the entire Kanban experience so that it's always the same of just to do, in progress, done, and failed. Yeah, I think that's... And then I can drop the entire like abandoned column. I can drop abandon, I can drop paused. I don't even have the ability to pause anything right now. And then testing and review would just go into in progress. And then they would just get their updates. And then there just needs to be a toggle for Kanban to be... What is up with that? And then Kanban just needs a toggle to show workspace versus all. Okay, so notifications and to-do list, which I don't even have in the current one. And then, which means I need to build out that functionality as well. And then, so this will be... Um, trying to think. Think. Okay, implemented and committed workspace chooser. What happened? Workspace now opens with add workspace chooser. Chooser shows engineering as the current template option. It also lists closed workspaces from the project workspace catalog. So selecting one reopens it instead of creating a new workspace. I like that. That's cool. Okay, we need to do that. One quick task that we need to do is we need to add the ability to close all workspaces. Right now, the close icon for when there's only one workspace left is disabled. If I close it, it should just go back to the welcome screen, or in the future, it will default back to going to another open project. If I close it, it should go back to the welcome screen. We'll just leave it at that, and then it doesn't matter. We'll run. That's a simple enough task for it to do, and then we'll make the Kanban adjustment. Okay, so Kanban, we're gonna simplify it to do in progress. Done and blocked. And maybe failed. Maybe failed, so that it can go through the retry process. There's another thing I need to do before we move on to ripping out the entire Kanban experience. After all tabs are closed, the daemon session may still remember the last workspace ID, so reopening that same could look like no switch needed and making reopen explicitly. Okay, that's cool. I'm gonna be right back. Maybe. Come on. Okay. All right. Okay, so you're saying last workspace tab can now be closed. Closing last workspace stops its runtime and clears selected workspace. Cool, cool, cool. The project stays open and shows a no workspaces welcome surface with an add workspace button. I don't think this is what I wanted. Like, it's not terrible, but like, it's out of sequence. So this experience is okay for now. But it is out of sequence of how things should work. So if I close all of the workspaces to a project, it should close the project and just go back to the initial ADE welcome screen that says things like create a new project, clone a repo, or select an existing one. And then I think what needs to happen then is the whenever I select an existing project from that screen, it just automatically loads up the last status of that project. If there was no workspaces open whenever that work stream or that workspace or that project was closed, then it would show me the no workspaces available screen. That doesn't sound right. Let me think through that. If you click on an existing project, so whenever a user opens the app, they get shown the ADE welcome screen where they can select a new project or an existing project. If they click on existing project, it would then open up that project in the last workspace that it had open. Including if they had multiple workspaces open whenever they last closed the project. If they closed all of the workspaces, then they should go to the no open workspaces screen. And then that screen should have the new workspaces modal that you created whenever you hit the plus symbol for a new workspace. The no workspaces available should just be a blank screen with the contents of that modal in the middle. I think that's more what I want. And if they close all of the workspaces, then they should go to a blank screen that has the new workspaces modal added, so then that way they can either add a new workspace or select one that they had previously opened before. Hopefully that makes sense. It makes sense in my brain as I said it, but I don't know. The squeezing shit. I'll inspect where the project selection reset session states and where daemon workspace state is ready. On project to open, the daemon health still has a workspace ID, so the shell can accidentally isn't active. I'm going to make workspace state loading the first step. After daemon readiness, then only activate a workspace if the saved open list has one. I'm adding 1 bit of state. So, okay, I need to. Okay, this is something I need to do. I need to add. I need to. Need to let the user know which agents are default and which agents are extra from whatever workflow that they added. Because they can only close extra agents. They can't close baseline agents in a workflow. Wait, that's not what I need. I need to do. If I just add. If I just add an X here, is that enough? Hmm. That's not good. So this is better. However, whenever the user closes the last workspace, it should close the project entirely, and it needs to automatically go back to the ADE welcome screen. Second, whenever a user lands on the no workspace open, instead of it being a button that then just opens the modal should just be open by default, and we don't need the messaging and the button on the page anymore. Just have a blank page with that modal already launched. Thirdly, whenever I try to create a new project, it needs to go to that blank page first with the modal already open so that they can select which template they want to start with for their first workspace. And then lastly, whenever I did try to create a new project, it locked up. The new project was test 420. So investigate what exactly happened. I haven't quit the app yet, so see if there's anything in the logs that tell us what exactly happened. Okay, so the headers need the headers also need a active state. The nodes need an active state that then load a hover state for the headers. This could be the exit, and then this could be the refresh on this side, because the refresh is going to be, yeah, that's what we're going to do. Okay, and then That is... I need this one as closed extra. What am I trying to do here? Just next to... Okay, so that's correct. And then that is closed extra. And then I need... Okay, yeah, so on hover and then... You are also full. Okay, so those are in place. What are we doing over here? We're still...
Yeah.
Okay, so then would be okay, so maybe they should be kind of wondering if they should be like this should be the default state, and then that becomes the hovered state. And then it's fine. This is going to be a pain in the ass to build out component by component. Anyway, so are you still running? What is this? GP2 image does not exist. Okay, I don't want GP2 image. Okay. Okay, so we added the agent there. We need to add what the ghost looks like. Don't they have ghost? No. Long shot. Ephemeral. Do they have? No. It needs to be something that is temporary. Kind of like this. Figure seated side right. Air distribution upper angle. Like why is that in Mac OS? This is like a leftover from when the Apple car was still possibly a thing. Need like this one is kind of perfect, but I don't want another person icon, which means maybe this one. Dude, what the fuck? Worked for a whole 14 seconds. Why are you asking for GPT image 2? What is this? Irritating. I don't need GPT image 2. I don't know what to do here. I'm looking to see. There's nothing in here that says I'm out of like GPT image, which is good because I haven't been using it. I This is kind of cool. Peak token usage, 977.5 million tokens used on one day. That was a big day. I don't know. I don't need this. I don't know what to do. I guess that's the stream. Like, someone at OpenAI just broke everything. Let's figure out this ghost thing. And we can play around with that, and yeah, that'll just launch. I'm not sure. It'll launch like an overlay or a temp workspace, maybe. Maybe that doesn't belong in the footer. Maybe that belongs. Hello? Maybe that belongs like up here. As a way to I need to think about that one. That, because I think it needs to like because the ephemeral ghost part of the app is a temporary thing. It's not how you would mainly do it. So the idea is that you would tell the architect, hey, spawn 3 ghost agents to do a deep dive on X. It goes and does that thing. And then it comes back with a consolidated report as well as the report from each of the ghosts. And then that's it. Then they die. And then yeah, I just don't know. I don't know what happens. It's there. The icon placeholder is there. It's fine. But yeah, I guess if Codex just wants to be broken. You still broken? I kind of wanted to keep going. Okay, maybe it may have just like fixed itself. Can't roll. It keeps the daemon migration and assumptions intact while giving the shell the product flow you want. Project shell first, template chooser first, panes only after workspace selection. Okay. Yeah, I think someone at OpenAI broke everything, and then maybe they'll reset all of our usage because they broke. Do new Grok CLI update background. Mostly around Imagine stuff. I don't know. Since this broke halfway through, I don't have high hopes that this is gonna work. A few problems. So the first one is after closing the last workspace tab for a project, it goes back to the welcome ADE screen, which is correct, but then it pops up the add workspace selection modal on top of it, which is incorrect. It should just be the welcome screen by itself. And then second, whenever I create a new project, it starts to prepare the workspace, and then the modal for choosing your workspace pops up, but it includes the init workspace as a previously closed one, which shouldn't exist considering it's a brand new project. So I don't know if this is a carryover thing or it's trying to imply that there's always a previous template that could be utilized, which is incorrect. I don't know. I think I'm done with Figma today. My brain is having a hard time going back and forth now between design and the app, but I do kind of like it as far as like a breaking it up a little bit. I can do a little bit here, do a little bit there. It cuts down on dead time between. So task note is updated. I'm doing the final blah, blah, blah. Okay, good, good, good. This is new. That's kind of cool. Maybe. There's already I just downloaded an update. There's another update already. All right. Okay, so a few bugs. In the first screenshot, there are two things going on. One, it was a new project that had just been set up, and so the modal popped up asking me which template I should go with. Um, However, it also showed a section for closed workspaces and then said none. That just shouldn't exist because there are no closed workspaces to begin with. So if a project, regardless if it is new or old, because somehow maybe there's a way to have no workspaces on an older project, that section shouldn't exist. It should only show up when there are available closed workspaces. The second bug on the first screenshot also shows a blue outline around the close button in the top right corner. No idea why it has that outline. I think it's supposed to be a focus state, but we don't need that. And then the third bug is if you get to that modal and you don't have an open workspace, but you close the create or select workspace button, you click that X that has the blue outline around it from the first screenshot, you end up going just to an empty project. And I don't believe there's really any way to create a new workspace once you get to this point. If the user clicks that button, then it should just go back to the ADE welcome screen at this point. The last bug is if you create a workspace and then you close it, it will go back to the ADE welcome screen if that was the last project open. But the pick workspace modal will quickly fade in and then fade out. So it shouldn't even exist at that point. Let's see what that does. That's a pretty bad prompt, but we'll see what it does. It's like a weird funnel. Okay, so that works. That works. So there still looks to be a problem um, with init workspace being a available workspace that has been closed, even for projects that are brand new. So something is still not correct with that. It seems like something is hard coded, since that was our default workspace before we had multiple workspaces available. The other bug that I'm seeing is that if the project window itself is closed, regardless the um, if all of the workspaces are closed, or if there are open workspaces, if all projects are closed, then it should be presenting me with the welcome ADE screen. Right now, if I close a project, the project window, then it just goes to where there's only the menu items for the ADE. There is no screen, there is no window, there's nothing. So that needs to be resolved as well. The bug that I'm seeing is that the project window itself is closed, regardless if okay, so that was like a 3 out of 10 font that we turned into like a 6 out of 10, I feel like. Boom, 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 boom. It's like, why is this taking so many rounds of revisions to get right versus some of the other things? Task node is in, doing the last clean, checking committing. Cool, close, quit, everything's clean. Okay, that is good. Okay, so now init workspace is okay, that works. So whenever I create a new project or I open a new project that I never created a workspace in, the init workspace is no longer visible. However, once I do create a workspace and then close the project or ask to open a new workspace, that init workspace is then showing under closed workspaces. I have no idea where it's coming from or why it is existing, but it shouldn't even exist. I don't know. We shouldn't be setting up workspaces until the user has selected a template, and we shouldn't be creating workspaces if they're selecting an existing workspace that they had used previously. So do a deeper dive on where this workspace is actually coming from and how we can get rid of it. I mean, I know workspace init was the original one when we didn't have anything. So I don't know. I don't know. See, we don't trade the UI bug for a workflow bug. Well, yeah, that would be. Also removing the now empty lead call from it, not making it a no op. So in the future, we'll need to be able to we'll need to customize the template, even if they're starting with custom, and then they'll need to name it before they can create a new workspace. Versus it just being click the template and then we go. For now, this is fine. The bigger problem is the Kanban board. I need to get that. I think that'll be the last thing that I do today. We'll be swapping out Kanban. Because it's just going to be way too complicated to have a Kanban board per workspace. Next scenario from your own init C. I didn't think it was going to be that long of a fix. What next? What's next? There's literally nothing I want to work on in Figma. I'm just going to close it. Anyway, I think I'm gonna let this just run, and then I'm gonna call the stream here, and then I'm gonna keep working later tonight. Maybe I'll do like a no talking stream, or a very little talking stream. Where I can kind of focus more and I don't have this giant like studio light hitting me in the eyeballs. Gonna take a break and then I'll come back to this. How much is our usage at? Yeah, we're okay. Yeah, I'll debug this off screen and then I might do another stream later tonight where it's just me focusing on it and swapping out the Kanban stuff, and then possibly working on the workflow creation. I don't know. We'll see. Anyway, thanks everybody who showed up.